about that, folks. My laptop crashed. No. People on some kind of shenanigans, too. See, hopefully it's actually working. Figures. Hopefully it's working better, maybe. I can see people leaving and rejoining, so hopefully it's not giving you guys too much trouble. Fingers crossed that it doesn't do that again. Another slice off, but that's okay. If y'all ever wonder why I don't like technology, it doesn't work for me. It doesn't like me either. Can't even tell if it's working or not. Nobody's posted anything in the chat. People keep dropping out and coming back. So hopefully it's working. I'm gonna go grab a glass of water and see if my work phone is up. I will be right back. Good news! My work phone says it's done charging. That's very good. Just gotta wait for it to turn on. Give it a minute to start up. But in the meantime, we've got pieces for the back of the head carved. Is that upside down? Yes. Maybe? No, that was the right side. Okay. Grab some more glue sticks. Now, did I just decide that this was the right? Yes, okay, let's put a little R on it so that we know what's going on. Okay, let's see. Get caught up on my messages here because it's been a bit. Make sure everybody knows what's up. I don't know if you guys can hear him, but Barnaby is happily peeping away in the kitchen. Sounds like he's in a good mood. He's peeping and beeping. like this fursuit head is in timeout right now. Stand in the corner and think about what you've done. Nothing wrong, it's just having some time to reflect is good. I wonder how many times a day I say okay. That's like my brain's way of mentally switching from one thing to another. Oops, please don't burn myself on that. Then when this glue is all set up, I can unpin this side and start on the next side. And then I'll be adding in a bit of foam here for the rest of the cheek so that it doesn't just end in a chop. this up a little bit. Be careful not to cut the balaclava. Just go ahead and glue the second side while we're waiting for the first side to cool properly. I had somebody once, like years and years ago, ask me why I put glue on foam in the pattern that I did and if it made a difference. I had to giggle to myself because it was like, no, like it doesn't matter how you put the glue on as long as it gets on there. I think that is a really cute beginner fursuit builder question, though. They're like, oh, did you put the glue on a specific way for a reason? Nope. That's just how I put it on there. Just needs to get on there and make it stick. Make sure we got everything pinned really good. I gotta wait for my glue gun to heat up more glue. I am going to post the stream link to Twitter, which I haven't done in a while. At some point, I need to get a new glue gun stand. It would be nice to have one made out of metal or something so the hot glue would get removed from it easier. I definitely understand why some fursuit builders have more than one glue gun plugged in at a time. And I need to go to Home Depot and get more masking tape, and then go to Joann's and get a new zipper. But it's snowing outside right now, and quite frankly, I've had it up to here with driving in the snow this week, so I might have to wait to do that until tomorrow or Monday. It depends on what the roads are going to look like, because some of you know, but some of you don't. It's an hour to the closest Joann's, Home Depot, like all of that. So the last thing I need right now is to wreck my car in the snow. So that will probably have to wait for a minute, but I should be able to get both of these bases ready for tape, and then if, depending on, it's almost 3:30 now, depending on how much time I have left over, I have more head bases to carve out to do base carves on. So we'll have to see what kind of entertainment energy I have left in me when we're done gluing bases and getting them prepped for fur. But if I still feel capable of being an internet personality, I will run in and grab the other bases that need to be carved, and you guys can just vibe with me while I carve more bases. Hopefully get everything all carved up and prepped and ready to go. And I wanted to do more of that last week, but schedule changed because of the weather. I was trying to get more of that done, and now that I've got some extra time, I'm gonna make sure that I get as much of that done as I can. So I've got supplies that I'm waiting on that are, I'm guessing at this point that they must have been out of stock and waiting for a new shipment to come in or something, because it's been a while. I hate when that happens. It's what I get for not ordering from my main fur vendor, though, because they were always really good about letting me know what was in stock and when they were planning on getting it back in, but I went with a different vendor this time for the sake of pricing and deals, and unfortunately they don't have as good a customer service. Okay, we've got the back pinned, glued. I'm going to let that sit for another couple of minutes before I start pulling pins out of the side, because I want to make sure that it doesn't peel back up. Trying to get caught up on all the messages. Oh, it's Fursuit Friday today. It feels like Tuesday for me. I wonder if there's any Fursuit Friday pictures. Undoubtedly. It seems like there almost always is. Yay! I didn't even realize that it was Fursuit Friday until just now. I've been tagged in a few things that I can retweet. That makes me super happy. Geez, I've been tagged in so many things. Can't believe that I didn't realize it was Friday today. Spent my whole week, feels like, just about stranded in Denver. Tomorrow is Saturday, but I might stream again tomorrow. I don't usually work on the weekends, but considering the fact that I missed half the week, it probably wouldn't hurt me to make up a couple of those days. I need to work out tonight. My back is sore. Do some yoga. Do some stretching. Lift some weights even, perhaps, while I still can. That's one thing about my surgery being delayed that's totally a blessing in disguise, is that I will still be able to work out for a while. And now my dryer is done running, so I won't have to talk as loudly for you to be able to hear me, which is kind of nice. That spot didn't get stuck down on the way. Let's try again. I'm going to let that side sit for a bit longer since that one spot at the top didn't stick all the way. Make sure that the rest of it has time to stick. And while we wait for that, we can work on carving out teeth pieces. I'm sure you guys can hear my phone just going nuts. It's kind of nice, though, to have some messaging to do while I wait for foam to cool, because otherwise, that's part of the reason why when I streamed last time I didn't use audio, was that sitting around and waiting for glue to cool is not a very amusing process, so having something to watch or listen to is kind of nice. Okay, that's good. Let's go ahead and use that. Just carve this one out the same way. Those are both ready to go. We'll just wait to glue them on until that side's done cooling. wonder if 3:33. It's awfully quiet in here now that the dryer stopped running. I don't know if you guys know this about me, but silence makes me really uncomfortable for some reason. Gimme, gimme, gimme. What was that? Barnaby! What are you doing? That might not have even been him, but I figure if I say something to him, then he will peep back and reply, Barnaby! Oh, that one just came apart. Where are my pliers? Good thing pins are not super expensive. If Wonder Clips broke at the rate that pins do, I'd be really bummed out. Barnaby must be sleeping. Probably because it's all gray and snowy outside, and it's the perfect time for a small bird to take a nap, so it would make sense. Oh, yep, almost forgot. That one should be, that's good now. I have foam cutting ASMR. If you're into that sort of thing. doesn't really matter as much if this part of the head gets carved out, but well, we still like to do some shaping. Just make sure everything looks all nice. Oh, yay. I'm glad to see that the chat is still working. Give Dadis a thumbs up since he can't hear. Do the little Korean heart. It could be a combination of my internet and yours. The coffee shop downstairs should be closed now, but I actually use the coffee shop Wi-Fi. Is included in my rent, so I like to use it because it's better than paying $100 a month for internet. But yeah, I was just worried because like when I started the chat earlier, there was like lots of chatting happening, and so I was like, well, like I've already had some technical difficulties today. It would just be super fitting to discover that the chat wasn't working or that there was something going on. So thank you for clarifying. I appreciate it. Pins. Just kind of stick that bad boy on there. For now, that should hopefully stay. I don't like that. That's a little better. Cheeky, cheeky, cheek. And maybe I'm going to go back and add another one on that side too, for the same reason. There we go. This is kind of fun. If I had more than one appropriately sized dummy, it would be nice to be able to work on the other one at the same time. But unfortunately, I only have one of this one available at the moment. I have another one somewhere. I have two of both sizes, but I'm not sure where they are, and they're definitely not in here, which means that they're probably in my storage unit. Oh, yay! Thank you! I am having fun with her at the moment. Pretty excited about it. I think I might... Actually, I'm going to do that while I wait for that stuff to cool. I want to do some more carving around her eyes. I have the hiccups all of a sudden. And just... I'm just looking at it and being not quite completely happy with the shape. Which is okay, because that gives me something to do while I'm waiting for that glue to cool. I am so excited. So excited. First of all, I haven't gotten to make a fursuit with flat toony eyes in a while because I stopped taking those a while back. But also, you have the coolest eye blanks ever, so I'm really stoked about it. We're maintaining that perky alert expression, but I am carving down the eyebrows just a bit. So I think with the flat toony eyes, it will look better. Let me see. What drawer did I put? Here. So look how freaking cool that is. I am so excited about these. They are going to be amazing. I'm watching that in the camera and I'm mesmerized by it. It looks even cooler in real life. But so the visibility should be normal. This is a sheet, and there are not, like, the eye pieces have not been carved out yet. So right now it's just a sheet, and you can kind of see that it's solid. So it should, but when I carve it out, it should have just normal fursuit vision, which I think is really cool, and I'm really excited about it. And I bought an extra sheet of this just in case I somehow mess it up. So hopefully I don't mess it up more than once. But I'm just so excited about this. This is like the coolest. It's like the coolest thing ever. Yeah. It'll probably have a slightly smaller field of vision than a regular, like the regular eyes that I make, but not by enough to really be a problem. Because the difference is that the holes are normally like this, and instead they're like that. So it really shouldn't be that much of a difference, and especially with where the actual eye holes will be, it should be just fine. Which is good, because I really don't like sacrificing the functionality of things if I can possibly help it, you know? Having good vision in your fursuit is a pretty big asset. So it's one of those things. It's like having good airflow. It's not like fursuits are comfortable per se, but the closer we can get to having them be comfortable, the happier I am about it. Oh, hi, Quite. I haven't heard from you in a while. I hope you're doing well. You could tell that I'm excited that you joined because my voice went up in pitch by like 2 octaves. Oh, hi! Hopefully the 2020 disaster year hasn't treated you horribly. Short and stout. Cute. You're adorable. Okay, let's do this. Got our cheek pieces all glued on. Now we get to carve them up. A bit more. Oh, there's a pin there. That's why that won't cut. I would have found it eventually, but I think my knife is getting dull. Oh no. Well, I'm glad that he's okay. That's always really scary. Seriously though, anybody who's in good health right now, that's a major thing to be thankful for. I think that it might be time for a new blade. I think that I ran my blade over that pin, and that pretty much was the end of that blade being sharp. That's okay. We've got like 700 more, so. I had a trip to the ER last month as well, but luckily it was nothing as serious as a heart problem. Made me incredibly thankful for having health insurance, though, because the ER trip that I had last year ran me $6,000 when it was all said and done, just a bit more than that. So never underestimate the value of health insurance. I know that it's kind of a scam, but it's also just about impossible to function without it. Yeah, it wasn't a fun time. Some of the ER staff treated me very well, and some of them didn't really. You would think that people who work in healthcare would have a little bit more compassion, but seems like oftentimes they don't. Yeah, no joke. I feel like your last ER visit was especially not fun, Dadis, from what I heard. Oh, actually, he can't hear me. I just remembered. Okay, I think we're getting pretty good here. I do kind of still want to do something with the corner of the mouth here. You know, and I changed that blade out on my box cutter, and it made a huge difference. I think I probably waited longer than I needed to do that. But just of making the most out of our materials and not being wasteful, you know? Oh no, your poor elbows. And then we just gotta do some ears and oh no, your poor elbows. You get to be a tree. That's a really cute way of looking at it, actually. Oh. Oh my God. Dentist appointment and then the ER. I mean, if you're gonna be that uncomfortable, I guess the silver lining is that you got a bunch of it out of the way all at once, right? Oh, geez, yeah. Oh my gosh. I can't even imagine. My phone is going berserk. I don't know if you guys can hear it every time it buzzes or not, but my brother put me in a holiday planning group chat. Oh my gosh. I like caught a little peek of myself in my webcam and I'm like, who's that? Who is that? It's a me, Uru. Okay, get the rough sheet pulled back up here. It's gonna be ear time, baby. Okay, let's see. What do you think the odds are that we can just get a decent shape like the first try? What do you think the odds of that are? Pull my reference back up. The trick with fursuit ears is to make them smaller than you think that you're going to need them to be, because when they've got fur on them, they're enormous, which is one of the reasons why big fursuit ears are as much of a thing as they are. So you will have to bear with me a little bit, knowing that might even still be a bit too big, but let's go ahead and cut it out and see what it looks like. Thanks for being active in the chat, by the way. It's a lot easier to work when there's comments and stuff happening for whatever reason. That just makes my brain happy. Otherwise, I kind of feel like I'm just streaming to an empty room, you know? See how we feel about through ear. They will get carved down a bit. This is just the block shape, but I think it's a good start. Go ahead and get another one. Oh, thank you. I'm glad that you guys love me still, because sometimes I worry. I am not excited for Christmas, but that is a me thing. I don't like the holidays. Not to be like the Grinch, but I don't like the holidays. So I'm not excited for Christmas, but that's okay. I am excited for Christmas to be over, which is almost as good. Yeah, working retail. I tell you, every year when Thanksgiving rolls around, I get PTSD a little bit, because back when I worked at Lowe's, my first shift on the sales floor after I got my training done was Black Friday, and man, let me tell you, that was exciting, not in the good way. But you know what? The silver lining of that is that when your first day on the sales floor is Black Friday, everything else seems just kind of cute after that. Like, I had, because it was my first day on the sales floor, I had all these people that were like, they needed help, and it's my job to help them, and I was doing that. And if I didn't have the answer to a question that somebody had, then I could just be like, I'm sorry, dude, it's my first day. And every single person was like, oh my God, your first day was Black Friday? Like, whose idea was that? And they pretty much were almost all of them were very understanding and patient with me, which was very nice. Yeah, Lowe's is nuts. Black Friday at Lowe's is nuts. I mean, it's not like lines out the door and people getting trampled and beating each other with power tools necessarily, but the whole store was packed. People buying, because people want to buy their usually their male family members, they want to buy them tools and I don't know, just things of that nature for Christmas. So people getting ready. Oh, and Lowe's also sells Christmas decorations. So people would go in and get Christmas decorations also. Yeah, we're happy to have you here, NORAD. I don't know if you can hear me or not. I'm going to assume yes, but I'm going to have to... Is Rue still in here? Dizzy? Hopefully, probably he's still in here. I want to get your input on your ear positions. I might try pinning them first and then see. Let me pull your reference up again. Yeah, no, I mean, people did, though. People came in and bought tons of power tools and stuff. And that was another reason why I had a job, actually, is that part of my job was trying to make sure that people didn't steal. So, because that was when people stole things from Lowe's, it was usually power tools. And they had this interesting story about a dude that used to come in and steal bales of copper wire, which, like, I don't know how to explain how ridiculous that is, But the bales of copper wire weigh like hundreds of pounds. So they would have to get an employee to grab one of the bales down off of like top stock, and then I don't even know how they managed that. The fact that one person did it more than once was just ridiculous to me, because those bales of wire, they're literally those big, it's like an enormous wooden thimble, kind of, if you're familiar with, or a thimble, not a thimble, like a bobbin, like this, if it was like enormous and made of wood, and they had wire and like stuff wrapped around it. And they had this one person more than once, which again, I think is just ridiculous, come in and have them grab one of those bales down. And then they literally had to roll it out to their car to steal it. And that happened more than one time. Those are not quite symmetrical. And I just think that that's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. And the reason why they got away with that more than one time is that Lowe's can't stop you from stealing stuff. It's not like, you know, other stores where the employees can like stop you. They're not allowed to do that because like several years ago, an employee tried to stop somebody from stealing a power tool, and the person shot them. So it's store policy, or it was when I worked there. That was years and years ago. They might have changed their policy since then. But yeah, the employees are not allowed to stop you if you're trying to steal something. The best they can do is they have cameras everywhere, so they record the footage of you stealing stuff and report it to the police, and then it's up to the police to do with that as they will. But yeah, I just think that that's ridiculous. Okay, I'm gonna take pictures of this, send it to Dizzy. But yeah, the best we're allowed to do is, or we were, again, this is like years ago, so the policy may have changed, but the best we can do is follow you around and try to make you too nervous to steal. And then that's it. Okay, where's my... Take some pictures. The ears look even bigger in this photo than they actually are because angles. Yeah, people that steal. I like, okay, I'm calling myself out here. I have only ever stolen one thing one time, and I'm going to tell you this story because I think it's really entertaining, and I think that it will make for a fun stream story. So the only thing I have ever stolen in my entire life, as far as I know, is a couple years ago, 2017, I stole a spoon from Olive Garden. A spoon. One spoon. They had really nice soup spoons, and I loved the spoons. Every time I went to Olive Garden, I was excited about the spoons. I always got soup, and I don't know, their soup spoons were just perfect for soup. So what I told myself was that people probably accidentally take the spoons all the time, and that it would not be a big deal if I took a spoon, because I was too shy to ask like a staff member if I could just like buy a spoon. Okay. Yeah, I know. I like to live on the edge. I know. It's definitely not a very exciting thing to steal. But let me tell you what happened, dude. karma came for me so fast and so hard, okay? The same day that I stole that spoon from Olive Garden, I went to get my eyebrows waxed, and the person who waxed my eyebrows totally fucked them up. They were super uneven, and she got them really, really thin, and it took like a year for my eyebrows to grow back. And then this literally, again, the same day, I totaled my car. Like on my way home from Foxtrot, got in an accident, totaled my car, and ended up discovering that in the process of trying to sort that all out, ended up discovering that I did not have collision coverage for my car, which I didn't know was even a thing that they were allowed to do if you had car insurance. But it turns out that you can have car insurance which covers somebody else's vehicle in the case of a collision, but it doesn't cover yours in case of a collision, which I think is the most BS thing I've ever heard of in my entire life. But so I totaled my car, and then I had to pay $3,600 out of pocket to get my car fixed back up so that I could drive it again, because I couldn't afford to get a new car. And you know what? You know what I did? I took the spoon back to Olive Garden and I returned the spoon. I'm not kidding. I took it back. Because the bad juju was so strong and so immediate that I was like, you know what? Even if this is just me being superstitious, I'm taking the freaking spoon back. And I took the spoon back to Olive Garden. And then, like, my luck turned around. So, yeah. No, I got rid of the spoon. I did not want any more bad karma. I wanted to be free of the spoon. The doom spoon. So no, I got rid of the spoon. I didn't keep it. So that is the only thing that I have ever stolen to my knowledge, and I returned it. And that is why I don't steal. So yeah, I just figured, yeah, it was an incredibly cursed spoon. So that's my interesting spoon story. That's the only thing that I've ever stolen in my entire life. Yeah, I swear it was a cursed spoon. Like, that's just so much bad karma all at once. That's like, you can't, as an intelligent human being, you can't ignore signs that strong. So yeah, I returned the spoon. And I might at some point go to Olive Garden again and ask them if I can buy one of their spoons, because I do think that their soup spoons are the best. But yeah, the cursed Olive Garden soup spoon. Okay, so I didn't want to get in trouble for stealing the spoon, because that was something else that I was afraid of happening, was that they would be like, oh my God, you stole from us, we're calling the cops or something, like, just, I know that it sounds ridiculous, but I was just, things had gone so badly for me at that point that I was just not taking any chances. So what I did to return the spoon was that I went to Olive Garden, and I had the spoon and I washed it and everything. It was all clean. And I bought more soup, and I just like put the spoon in the bowl when I was done with the soup. So it just looked like I had had more than one spoon. So I didn't say anything to anybody that worked at Olive Garden about the fact that I stole a spoon, because I was afraid that they would call the cops on me over a spoon. So, in case you're wondering on what level of honesty I operate on, I couldn't even steal a spoon from Olive Garden. Well, I mean, I did, but then I took it back because bad karma and guilt. I'm glad that you liked it. I'm glad that you liked it. My sufferable soup spoon incident, that was 2017. That was February of 2017. The first and only time I stole something and it went that badly. So yeah, that's my crazy uru soup spoon story. I still get a little antsy when I hear the words Olive Garden, even though that's like my favorite place to eat. Okay. All right. Well, I'm just waiting to hear back from Dizzy about the ears. So what I might do in the meantime, because they appear to be busy at the moment, is I'm going to go ahead and remove this from the base and start working on the next one so that I'm being as productive as possible, because it's important. Ain't nobody got time to waste right now. But yeah, I, can't steal things, won't steal things. It's not worth the bad karma. Oh, hey, you're back. I just sent you messages on Telegram about your ear positioning. I was getting ready to move on, but since you're back, I can ask you about it. I figured you probably don't want your ears sticking straight out from the side of your head. So I was going to ask you if you wanted them like tilted back a bit. Let me see if I can adjust my camera so you can see a little bit better. So rather than them sticking straight out to the side, they would kind of come back a little bit. So it's not a huge difference, but I think that it is enough of a difference to be worth asking about, and I didn't want to just make that decision for you. So I can do it on this side also. So straight out versus, I gotta like wrinkle the foam a bit, back a bit. Yeah, okay, I can make them sticking straight out if you want. Absolutely. I will pin them on and let you take a peek, and then I will mark where they go so that. And also, if you decide at any point that you don't like them sticking straight out, that can be adjusted up until I glue the fur on the ears. That can be adjusted. So, and in theory, it could be adjusted afterwards, but it's a little bit harder to do. Okay. And just try to get this. Yeah, perfect, cool, no problem. Totally doable, whatever you want. I think they're kind of cute like that. I just know that it can make them a little harder to store. So I always try to ask people. Some people that I know, clients and otherwise, have a whole bunch of fursuits, and thus they don't really have the room for fursuits with big sticky out ears. Oh yeah, you're super welcome. This is your costume. You're paying money for it. You've waited very patiently and been an amazing client, so I want to make sure that you are super, super happy with it. I'm just being picky about the. It's gonna look. Where's my pin? Oh, it's gonna look funky because it's pinned from the inside. That's what's making it look wrong. Oops, and I just bent it. Okay. They're not, it doesn't look perfectly symmetrical at the moment, but it will look more symmetrical when they're actually on, because, why is that? Oh, that's why, okay. It's because this one needs to go further back. Oh, yay. Well, that's good. That's what we like to hear. Okay, let me see. It's still not still not sitting perfectly symmetrically, but it will be more symmetrical. I am gonna make the ears just a little bit smaller than what they are right now because they are still fairly big and they will look bigger with foam on them, and I don't want you to look like a gremlin or something. But turn it so you can see. Again, they're not perfectly symmetrical at the moment. This one's a little bit perkier, but just kind of like that. That looks okay. I'll wait to get your confirmation on that before I start drawing, but I want to make sure that I get them marked in the right spot. Kind of like that. And they'll just be carved down proportionately, so it will still have the same shape and the same angle and everything. The only difference will be that they will look smaller until they have fur on them, because trust me, if I kept them this size and then put fur on them, they would look enormous. So hopefully good things. Just kind of turn stuff around so you can see. And I'll wait to hear back from you. Oh, I can't believe it's already almost 4:30. Today has gone by so fast. I'm gonna be anxious. I think if the weather's not bad, I might try to get to Home Depot and Joann's tomorrow so that I can get these guys taped up and ready to go. But it's gonna depend on what the roads are like. It's not a super treacherous drive to Home Depot, but once again, like, I can't afford to wreck my car right now. So, and quite frankly, I don't think I can afford to wreck my car ever, but it would especially be a bad time right now. Let's see. Rue's internet connection must have cut out again. Because I can see that there's one fewer person in the chat at the moment, or in the stream, I mean. Right? Not quite as bad as driving to and from Denver, but still not an easy trek. It's not me that I worry about as much as it is the other people on the road. I very narrowly avoided wrecking my car on the way back from Denver. That would have been a bad time. Yeah, driving in the snow is not my favorite. Luckily, my car does pretty well. It's got four-wheel drive, which has been a huge blessing. But yeah, driving in the snow is not my favorite. It's not bad. Here's the thing is that I don't hate driving in the snow if there's not a lot of other people on the road because I am totally cool with just going at whatever speed is comfortable to me. Like I'm not in a hurry pretty much ever. I'm really good at minding my own space. But when you start adding other people on the road, especially with the number of people that have moved to Colorado from states like Texas and Florida, where they don't have any snow driving experience, the thing that you have to really worry about is people like that. Because the first time I totaled my last car was actually because somebody cut me off on the drive between here and Denver. And it was icy enough and the roads were steep enough that I didn't have enough space to slow down. Oh, good. Yeah, so I ended up wrecking my car trying to avoid hitting this person that so I'm like I don't ever want to repeat that. Let's see. Yeah. Yeah, well, in winter in Colorado is I mean it really can snow any day out of the year. And it doesn't mean it's going to, but it definitely can. And it's something. Winter lasts for a long time. It can snow anytime. Like really honestly, July and maybe August are the 2 months when you don't really have to worry about snow. But I've seen it snow in June and I've seen it I mean like the middle of June, not even like the beginning of June. We've gotten like there have been times where we got 18 inches of snow in the middle of or end of May. And then September it can snow in September or it can just rain. It can be either way. Yeah, Denver is usually in August. August is the month that they usually have Denver, like the end of August. I don't think that they've ever gotten snow for Denver because, like I said, July and August are the 2 months when you usually don't have to worry about snow. But it seems like, yeah, yeah, Texas. I lived in Texas for 3.5 years when I was a kid, and we did get a little bit of snow where we lived in Texas one year. It dusted. It was like a quarter of an inch. And they canceled school and they shut down like half the city. It was really funny. Like coming from being a Colorado native, going to Texas and seeing them panic over, really a dusting of snow was just super funny. Yeah, the fursuit parade outside. Better than Anthrocon, though. I do not understand why they still have the Anthrocon fursuit parade outside. The last year that I went to Anthrocon, it was so hot. I was like, there's no way. It made me very glad that I was not fursuiting because it was so hot. And they call it the Death March, the fursuit parade for Anthrocon. Like the staff members call it the Death March because it's so long and so hot. Yeah. Yeah, I would not I would not participate. Actually, I figured out why this doesn't look right. I would not participate in the outside first parade. And then also last year when I went to FWA, they had it in May instead of April. And I thought I was going to die. I was so sweaty the whole time. I was not dry the entire time I was in Atlanta. So I was sweaty the entire time. And like even the closest I ever got to being a comfortable temperature was when I was taking a shower, because I could take a cold shower and then still not quite right. And then the minute that I climbed out of the shower, I was sweaty again because it was so hot. I'm just, well, and you know, I don't like the heat pretty much no matter what, but I can handle dry heat. I cannot handle humid heat. Right? Yeah. I I don't know. I don't know how long it's going to be before I do another con, even when they get them opened back up. Um, for that exact reason, quite. The registration lines are ridiculous. The last year that I did FWA, we got ready to get in line, and somebody who had just finally gotten their badge said that they waited 5 hours in line. And like, I'm sorry, this is coming from somebody who doesn't work staff, so please understand that this is a point of privilege, but I think it's unacceptable to have a registration line that long. I mean, in this day and age, that I don't think that there's a good excuse for that. And I had just, like, the previous year for MFF, I had waited like a little bit more than 4 hours in line for my badge, and I don't ever want to do that again. I don't think that it's okay to ghost cons, because part of the way that they're able to host cons is that you pay your reg so that they can pay the fees for the hotel and all of that. But I have never ghosted a con, and I probably won't ever ghost a con, but I considered it, because waiting in line for 4 or 5 hours for a badge. And I don't attend dances. I don't go to the dance comp. I quite frankly, like, I don't even go to panels anymore. The only thing that I need my badge for is to get into the dealer's den. And waiting 5 hours for a badge to get into the dealer's den is nuts. So what I ended up doing, because I could not in good conscience ghost a con, was that for FWA, when I found out that the line was that long, I went to the sponsor line, and I just upgraded my badge from attending to sponsor. And even then, the line was still like 20 or 30 minutes long. So, an extra like $110 over the top of what I had already paid for my registration, and I still had to wait in line for 30 minutes. So, yeah, I think that that's a little bit ridiculous. I think that they should do something like what Burning Man does, where they mail out the badges ahead of time or something. Like, even just, even if they don't do everybody's badge like that, you would think that that would cut down on the amount of wait time. Yeah, and more than an hour. So the part of the reason why waiting in line for 4 hours for MFF was such a big deal is that because of who I was rooming with, I didn't get to have dinner the night before, and I didn't wake up early enough to have breakfast, and then I was waiting in line through lunch. So I went for like 16 hours without having any food. And I'm not diabetic or anything, but like your blood sugar is like an important thing, and I get really sick if I don't have any food. So I waited in line. I was basically faint by the time I got my badge at MFF that one year, and I'm like, I'll never do that again. So, and the last couple of cons that I went to were so stressful that it really wasn't even worth it. Actually, the last con that I went to was AnthroCon last year, and I ended up leaving the con 3 days early because I was having such a bad time and I wasn't feeling well that I just needed to go home. And then I ended up getting con crud when I got home, so like came down with con crud. So it's a good thing that I went home, because the last thing I want is to have to spend my entire con locked in a hotel room. But I'm also not going to be Typhoid Mary and go out there and spread con crud around. If I know I'm sick, I'm not going to leave the hotel room. And this was before you could wear masks everywhere, and it was a typical thing. So, like now that masks are a thing, like I would not feel comfortable just like going out and bopping around, but at least I'd be able to go out and get some food or something. But yeah, now I pack snacks. Cliff Bars are such a good idea. You know what? I had one year at MFF, I got really, really drunk, and I ended up having like a really bad hangover the next day. And Yami Shizen actually brought me Cliff Bars and coffee the next morning because I was so hungover, and like he seriously saved my butt. I was so like I think about that still, because like somebody doing something like that for me always means the world to me. Yeah. Well, especially when you have friends that work in the dealer's den. Like if you want to make friends, offer to run food for people who are dealing, because as somebody who used to vend at cons and no longer does, one of the things that I always ran into was that you never get to eat enough, because the dealer's den opens at like 9 or 10. I don't even remember now, but the dealer's den opens early enough that you don't really get a chance to get up and get food unless you wake up early, which like if you're dealing, the only time that you get to actually do stuff is after hours. So you tend to stay up a little bit later, which means that you don't want to wake up early. So you don't wake up early enough for breakfast. And then you're in the dealer's den through lunch, and the dealer's den closes right before dinner. So like you might get one meal a day unless you have somebody to run food for you. And it's miserable. Like that's probably part of the reason why dealers tend to be cranky, is that like try sitting behind a table having hundreds of people come up and tell you that your prices are too high, and not getting any food until dinner time. And then the problem that you run into is that when you are ready for dinner, then you have to try to get a group together to figure out dinner, and that takes a while. So yeah, dealers, it's like you spend the whole con starving. So, and if you get to make really good money doing that, then it's not so bad. But I've had any number of cons where what I made in the end really didn't feel worth what I had to go through. So yeah, you could actually probably do this. You could probably make a service of that. You could probably make money at that, like Uber Eats, but for cons, for people in the dealer's den. Because most cons, like, there aren't really places that deliver. and trying to get somebody to go get food for you is kind of an ordeal. So you could probably do an Uber Eats service, and I guarantee people would pay for it, because BLFC started doing a thing where they have like a snack cart that comes around, and you can pay for like chips or a sandwich or something like that. And I thought that was a decent idea. Well, and then I think the last year that I went to BLFC, they had like a weird, like some sort of weird food vending thing going on in the dealer's den, which I didn't like as much. But it's better than nothing. It was just that their prices sucked. Yeah, exactly. I mean, you can make friends really easily that way. Still think that those might need to be smaller. I'm gonna leave them the size that they are for now, because I'm afraid that because the fur is seal fur and not regular fur, I don't want them to look too small. Yeah, hot dog. Got all my pins out. Good. I think we're good. But yeah, you could very easily, I would think, make a service out of that, just running food for people. What is this stuck on? Oh, it's just friction that's keeping it there. Ta-da, cute. I'll set you over here gently, and then grab this one. Oops, whoops, now you get to see my keyboard. Hee. Okay. I still need to cut this guy's. I need to cut both of their eye holes, but I should probably do that on this one now rather than later. Well, thank you. Pretty excited about it. It's not the fastest fursuit head making that I've ever done, but everything takes longer when you stream because you don't focus as much on what you're up to, which is part of the reason why I don't always stream while I'm working, is that sometimes I can't afford to have things take longer. But in the interest of showing everybody, like, hey, I am working, I figure that it might be nice for people to get to see what I'm up to, and it's kind of nice to have a little bit of company, so. It makes me happy that people actually appreciate it when I stream, because it actually, I don't know, it actually takes a lot of energy to stream. I find myself being a lot more tired after a stream day of work than a normal day. Oh, well, thank you. That makes me really happy. I know that Dada says that he always enjoys watching my streams, so I've been really wanting to stream more frequently. Okay, one last check for pins. I'm pretty sure I already got all of the pins out of this fursuit head, but I just want to make sure that there's no pins hiding anywhere in here. Well, thank you. It's very encouraging to hear that from people. I will have to try to stream more regularly. I know that I spent a good portion of the year this year with no webcam, because my webcam, I packed the studio up last when I was getting ready to move, because I was trying to make sure that I could continue to get work done as close to my move day as possible. And because the studio didn't get packed up until last, it kind of got packed in a hurry, and I had people helping me pack with all the studio stuff. So the webcam was, the stuff that was on my desk got packed last, and my webcam was part of that. And so what happened is that I was not the person to pack that box. My sister and her boyfriend were the ones that ended up packing that, and they packed it into the wrong box. So I ended up actually finding it on accident. It was totally by chance that I was looking for my glue gun, because I was like, well, I checked all of these boxes. Where could it have gone? And what happened was that I had bought these like plastic Pelican containers for packing up my sewing machines, because they're fragile. And one of them had been used for packing. They put all my desk stuff into one of those instead of one of my sewing machines. So I had opened up and looked through all of the boxes, and I was like, well, where did it go? What are the odds that somebody came by and maybe like stole a box off of the truck or something that had my glue gun and my webcam and all of that in it? And I ended up, in the process of just like, trying to figure out where that went, I ended up discovering my glue gun and my webcam in the box, in one of those Pelicans instead of a regular box. So luckily it did end up turning up, but only after like forever of trying to locate them. I thought I was going to have to go out and buy a new glue gun. So, but yeah, so now I've got my webcam back. Oh, and that was the whole webcam thing. So normally if something like that happened, I would just go like, well, that sucks. Chalk it up to just like moving and things getting lost in the move. But that was during quarantine, when everybody had to report to work remotely. So not only could I not just get a new webcam, but like they were like gone, sold out from a lot of places, but the ones that I could find were expensive because the demand was really high. It was like trying to buy a gaming console during that period of time. Nintendo Switches started going for like $700, which is scalping in my opinion, but yeah, it was a whole thing. So when I found my webcam, finally, I was overjoyed that I didn't have to buy a new one. So that is good. Get another one. I have to get more foam soon. I think I have another roll somewhere, but I'm not sure. It's just been a tiresome year. There's been like that, the whole webcam thing feels like it was 2 years ago. It's been like the longest year of my entire life. Stressful, depressing, expensive, lonely. I think years like this really teach us about the things that we need to value more, like getting to see your friends. I have friends that I haven't seen in a year, and by the time I'm able to actually see them again, who knows how long it will have been. If I had any idea how long I was going to have to go without seeing so many of the people that I care about, I would have made a lot bigger priority of trying to hang out with them before I moved. Yeah. Even something as simple as going to the grocery store, you know, everything is different now. Taking for granted things like being able to go see a movie or go to the doctor's office. Any number, I mean, just you name it, any number of things that are not the same now. And for some of us, quarantine never really stopped. I know that there are plenty of people out there that got tired of isolating themselves and decided to go ahead and take their chances, but I'm not one of those people. I mean, there were things that I had to do out of necessity that involved going places and being around other people, but for the most part, quarantine never ended for me. Because I don't want to be the reason that this shit goes on even longer. I don't want to be a part of that. Because I would like to be able to see my friends and go to cons, go to the movies, not feel stressed out. Oh my God. I had to go to the mall at one point to try to get some acrylic jewelry when I was getting ready for surgery, because you can't have metal jewelry. And I didn't, like, my snake bites are not all the way healed, and I didn't want to take them out and have to get them redone. And I ordered acrylic jewelry for all of my piercings, but they told me fairly last minute that the jewelry that I ordered for my snake bites would not be okay. So I had to, I tried to go to a piercing shop, but they were not open for just, like, you had to make an appointment, and there was no way to make an appointment through their website. So I went to the mall, and let me tell you, that was so uncomfortable. Like, I went in, was gonna go to Spencer's, like, pick out some jewelry and get the hell out, and just the amount of time that I spent in there, like, with my mask, not touching anything, staying away from as many people as possible. The mall was bustling. That was one of the more stressful experiences that I've had shopping-wise in a long time, and I still, like, I hated it the whole time. I didn't wanna go in. I wanted to leave immediately, and then the whole time that I was in there, I was just thinking to myself, like, why are all these people here? You know? People doing their Christmas shopping and whatever, but it was, I will not be doing that again anytime soon. And it was already awful and uncomfortable that I had to do it in the first place. And then, of course, they canceled my surgery, and it would have been fine for me to just wait for the replacements that I ordered. So I hate that. It didn't even end up being a completely necessary thing, and that makes me feel really bad. Because all that isolating myself and everything felt like it was just a joke after having to do something like that. Yeah, that was last Saturday. So, yeah, Christmas shopping, all of that. Felt really bad to do that. And I didn't do any Christmas shopping this year. I don't have the money, so my family we just decided fairly unanimously, hopefully, that we're just not doing Christmas presents this year, which I'm fine with because I don't really like doing that in the first place. I think that I would rather that Christmas be about spending time with family like it's supposed to be. And in previous years, I have spent so much money on Christmas presents that it's just like, it just can't continue to be a thing. I feel like I'm cruising for a bruising on this. Yeah, online shopping. Thank goodness we live in a time where that's a thing. And my phone stopped constantly buzzing, which is good because it's stressing me out. It is almost 5, so I will probably stream for another at least another hour, but maybe longer than that, just so you guys know what to plan for. Definitely for another hour though, because I want to get this guy ready for aside from his eyes, which I still need to do. Because I am pretty sure, I am 90% sure that my buck ram is in my storage unit, and I would like to do that during daylight hours tomorrow so that it's not slick. But I'm pretty sure I know where it is, and yeah, it would be in my storage unit. But other than that, I can have this guy all ready to go, and then when I get his buck ram, then I can just pop his eyes in there, and he's all ready for fur. But I don't really think that will take another hour, but I was also talking about maybe doing some more carving on head bases that I cast. So we'll see. Definitely going for another hour though. I'm not sure how long my last stream was. I think I started streaming at like 2:30. But that's okay. I wish that it had been a longer stream, but we'll see what tomorrow brings. Nice. I'm glad that you were able to join. When I saw that you were running, it's like wild. I don't know if you're still working out or if you're just chilling with us now, but I need to do my workout after work today. It's been more than a week since the last time I was able to work out due to circumstances. I like working out. I didn't keep my treadmill when I moved, so I don't run anymore, but that's okay because I am heavy enough that running is really hard on my joints, and I don't really need anything that cardio intensive. So I do a series of lifting with like free weights, just like dumbbells, and then I have some floor exercises that I do, and then I spend 20 to 25 minutes riding my stationary bike, rotating between the 3 highest resistance settings, and that's been doing good. And I try to do that at least 3 times a week, if not more. Oh, okay. That's right. Okay. Dusty, I can't believe that somebody's like running while they watch my stream. That's just wild to me. Yeah, I'm trying. You know, I'm a chubby person and doctors tend to not take me seriously because I am overweight. But I spent years and years being a total gym rat and I was still fat. So, up until the point where I'm not fat anymore and they don't treat me that way, I'm just going to keep doing as much as I can to make sure that I am being healthy and active. So, and I took a hiatus from my fitness lifestyle for long enough that it feels really good to get back to it. So, I really do. I'm one of those people that working out makes my brain happy. Like it helps with my depression, it helps with my anxiety. It is a mood stabilizer for me. It gives me a productive outlet to vent my frustrations. And it's good for you. So I can't recommend it enough. I have problems with my stomach. So I know that fitness goes hand in hand with good eating habits, but I have a really hard time getting enough to eat. Like nutrition wise, there's definitely room for improvement. And I don't get enough calories, which is part of the reason why I'm fat, because it turns out that unless you're a specific type of person, if you don't eat enough, it just slows down your metabolism and then your body holds on to fat even more. So it's not the case for everybody, but it is the case for me, which is a bummer. But thank you. I try really hard. Come on, this is like, it's teetering all over the place. I want to take care of myself. I want to be around for, I don't know, as long as it's worth being around. As long as life is still worth living. Can't afford to die, so. So we got to take care of our little flesh mechs up until the point when we don't need to anymore. Mental health is hard, especially this year, but you know what? One of the things that has kept me going is knowing that on the other side of this horrible, depressing, stressful year, there's going to be really good times right around the corner, because there always is. So it would be a shame to give up right before all the good stuff started happening again, you know? Plus, I can't afford to die, so we have to keep going, if for no other reason that we gotta, out of spite. This little bubble right here, I think I'm gonna try to carve that out a little bit. The cast on this one got more foam, so I don't actually have to fill the cheeks on this one because it got like that much extra, which is nice. Extra foam. Yeah, but we have to wait until it's cooled off a bit more. I guess I could pull up the reference for this guy too. That would help. Cute, 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 cute. I'm so excited. I like building heads. They're the most complicated part, but I do really like building them. And then I'll have to ask this guy about his nose, but that carving can be done later. So I will just keep chugging on in the meantime. See if he wants his nose to, or his muzzle to be shorter later. just going to continue to obsessively carve pieces of this head until I can do the back. What are some things that you guys are excited for? Do you make New Year's resolutions? I don't make New Year's resolutions, but I do like hearing about other people's New Year's resolutions. I like to start my New Year's resolutions in like September or October, especially when they have to do with fitness, because trying to, I mean, I guess that won't really be a thing this year, but trying to do like gym things during the months of January and February, it's not good. Yeah, no joke. Truer words have never been spoken. I'm just kind of hoping at this point that next year isn't worse. Fingers crossed. I feel like there's a lot to suggest that next year will not be as bad, but I also have learned not to get my hopes up over stuff like that. All of the people who were like, oh, this is going to be the best year ever at the beginning of January, I was like, you're jinxing us all, man. And look how it turned out. So I've actively started telling people, like, stop saying that next year is going to be our year. Yeah. Yeah, that's a good resolution. That kind of goes along with mine. Just like get in better health so that you can actually enjoy things. And that is super, super good. That's a really good goal. Figure out what's making your body unhappy and then start living the best life you can. Near as we can tell, we only have one, so you may as well make the best of it, right? This is something that I say to people sometimes, but I like being a pessimist because I'm either right or I'm wrong. Either way, I kind of win, right? Gonna have to get some new pins soon. Yeah, there's nothing quite as valuable as being in good health, though. Because you can have all sorts of things falling apart, and as long as you have your health, you can still be living a good life. But as soon as your health goes south, everything kind of crumbles around it. It's one of the reasons why. Oops, that one busted. Here. I think I've killed like 6 or 7 pins today. It happens. I made, oh, I just killed another pin. I made dump cake last week, which is something that I didn't know about before quarantine, but I saw somebody on TikTok making dump cake, and it looked really good, and it's simple, and I wanted to try it. So I made pumpkin dump cake, and I put it in the fridge, and I forgot about it. So I have dump cake, which I'm pretty excited about. I might have a little bit of that after dinner, after I'm done working out. It's like super, super simple. You just take like a pan and you line it with foil, and you take a can of pumpkin and some cream cheese frosting, and you mix them together. Like, the ratios are not super important, but I don't like it to be super duper sweet, so I use less frosting than the recipe actually calls for. But you take and you like mix the frosting into the pumpkin, and then you take some cake mix. I don't use a whole box, but like you could if you wanted to. And you just like sprinkle it over the top, and then you put butter slices over the top of that so that while it's baking, the butter melts onto it and it makes like a crust. That's super good. It's not good for you, but like, you know, it's cake. What did you expect? And it's really simple to make, which I really enjoy because I don't really like to cook. I usually make things that are really simple and don't require that much effort and precision because I don't really like cooking. But yeah, it's tasty. It's like pumpkin pie if the crust was made out of cake. You'd think that. The closest I've gotten to messing it up is that the last batch of it I made, I put in too much frosting for the amount of pumpkin that I had, and it was too sweet for my taste. So that's as close as I've gotten to messing it up. And then you just, like, you throw it in the oven, you bake it for like 45 minutes. It's super simple, and it's really good. It's bad for you, but it tastes delicious, which is my jam. I try not to eat too much stuff like that, but every now and then it's very fun to have something like that. And then on this one, I'm actually going to glue this gap here because it's sliding around and that will affect the fit. So I'm going to put glue in there and pin it. But yeah, it's tasty. It's a recipe that I am glad that I found. I've made it back in like August. Oops, that one went all the way through. Crap. Can't touch it because it's covered in glue. Made it back in August just to see if it was any good, and it was. And then I made one batch that I didn't like, and I didn't end up eating it. I had like one piece of it, and it was too rich. And then I made some last week, and it turned out perfect. Okay, now we're gonna wait for that. Get the glue back off of my fingers. They're all covered in glue. On some of my fingers, I still have enough nerve endings that it hurts when I get glue on them. But these three, not so much. I can still feel most of the ends of my fingertips on my left hand, though. Like that one. It's my middle finger that I don't really feel much anymore. On the end of my thumb. These are fun. That one's got nerve damage. Eventually, you burn yourself enough times that you stop feeling it, which is terrifying. When I was, I guess I would have been 16 or 17. I broke my right pointer finger in a skiing accident. I broke it in several places, including along the joint, this one, that joint. And my mom was in nursing school, and we didn't go to the doctor unless we were dying because we didn't have insurance. So I had to splint it myself. Like I never got a cast or anything on it. I had to splint it myself. And one day before school, because I was in school at that point, I splinted it, and I had it splinted to that finger because that's how you have to do it with like popsicle sticks. And I got the tape too tight, and I was like getting ready for school, and I looked down, and my fingers were like really dark purple, like the blood flow had been cut off for an extended period of time, and I hadn't noticed. And I went to try to get the tape off, and I couldn't get the tape off, and I ended up slicing my pointer finger right here in a panic to try to get the tape off. And I sliced it all the way down to the bone. It made the nastiest, like you wouldn't expect it to sound the way that it did, but and it bled everywhere. And I had a scar on the side of that finger for forever, and it's gone now, which is really strange to me. Because I mean, it was a really clean cut. It was a sharp box cutter. So obviously, like, it was sharp enough to go all the way through the tissue. But I don't have much feeling on this side of my finger after that. But the scar is gone, which I think is really neat. There's not even any trace that was ever a thing, which is so wild. Yeah. Being a clumsy person and working with sharp and hot instruments is just not a good combination. So, yeah. Okay, ears. This guy's got big jackal ears. So we're gonna see. Now it's gonna need to be wider than that. I'm using so much foam. But I'm not used to building fursuit heads multiples at a time, so it's okay. It is okay for us to be using a bunch of foam. The reason that it feels like more is that there's 2 heads being worked on. I mean, for what it's worth, though, I think that's the only time I have cut myself anywhere near that bad. And it wasn't actually work related, so. Okay, let's see. I think about half of that should be plenty long, so we'll just cut that in half. Or like roughly in half. I've got some stories, man. I've got some stories. How do we feel about that? Don't quite like it. Let's see how we feel about that. It smells like markers. Yeah, I like that better. Let's just do that. I feel like it was earlier this year. I was working on something and hastily ended up cutting myself on accident. But it wasn't a cut that bad. It was just enough to be a nuisance. It's like a really bad paper cut. I might make the notch on that bigger. Let's see. Maybe a bit. Because a certain amount of the detail disappears when it's got fur on it. You kind of have to exaggerate things. See, for victory, I guess. Yes. Okay, let's do the other ear. I don't know. It's part of the reason why I don't stream video games. I feel like I run out of stuff to talk about after a while. I've gotten to tell you guys a bunch of horror stories. More of my more entertaining stories are not particularly work appropriate, so you know something really fun about getting to work on more than one suit at a time that I didn't really realize before now is that, like, and this is the case, like I usually make paws 2 at a time and things like that, is it feels like it goes faster. Because like by the time you get one done, you've gotten all of your muscle memory and all the things figured out just in time to be done. You know? Let's see where it needs to go. This guy's ears do kind of tilt backwards, so let's do. Seems like the case more often than not. Let's try cutting that. Oh yeah. Twice the fur, twice the fun. Yep. Well, and then one of the things that I really enjoy about following other fursuit builders is that it seems like they work on suits in batches. So you're like, instead of getting to see one head base or one pair of paws, there's like this thing where they have, like they'll show you a work in progress and they've got like several fursuit head bases carved out, or several pairs of feet paws, or several body suits, and like I kind of like that. Like, I have a hard time keeping that many clients updated at once, but like the fact that I'm doing it right now kind of out of necessity because I've got multiple projects going at once, and it kind of needs to be that way right now. But there's just something that tickles my brain about that. I just like that. Okay. Yeah, thank you for joining. I should be on for at least another hour, so but totally thank you for watching, and I'm really glad that you were able to join. I'm actually almost done with this head base. Pinning the ears on and sending the client some pictures will be the last thing that I have to do before I break on this one for the day. But like I said, I was planning on carving out some more bases. So Yeah, I got started later than I anticipated, so I'm still trying to put in good hours, and then I also I didn't get to do as much in the studio this week because I got stranded in Denver. So I'm trying to make up for that by having really, really productive work time. So I'm gonna try not to burn myself out. I'm still kind of iffy on whether or not I'm gonna stream and work tomorrow because it's a Saturday. But I do want to make sure that everybody knows that I'm doing everything that I can and I'm being as productive as I can. Tomorrow, actually, what I might do is work on digital artwork because I still have a good amount of that to do. And that could be nice. I couldn't do it today because my tablet is dead, but it could charge overnight. And that would be good. Look at this bad boy. Let's see. Oh, charger or webcam cord. Look at that. That was my chair, I promise. Look how cute that is. His ears might be a little bit big. Well, thank you. I do that with pretty much everybody's ears. It's just that it's not very obvious when it's got fur on it. Yeah, that would be good. I'm not sure if I want to stream doing stickers or not, but it would be really fun to get that set up. Sorry, I guess I probably don't need to speak as loudly if you're right there. So sorry for yelling in your ear. Hopefully my webcam kind of nullified some of the loudness of that. Okay, let's see. If we do an artwork stream tomorrow, I can ask my landlord about that secure Wi-Fi password because she'll probably have it. Okay, let me take pictures, send them to the client. Wish that it was, I guess I could turn on the other light. I was like, I wish it could be brighter in here. It could be. We have the technology. It doesn't look like much, but it did change. It did change the way that the lighting is over here. Need to oil my chair. If I had $1 for every time I've said that. Okay. Okay. Send pictures to client before I forget. Thank you. I'm having a good time. Having a pretty good time at it. I could probably turn my glue gun off right now, but I'm gonna wait for like another couple of minutes just in case. Because it seems like every time I turn my glue gun off, like as soon as it's cooled down, I remember something that needs to be glued. I wonder if the stuff in the dryer dried all the way. They did some work on my washing machine. I'm gonna run that again for a bit. Another dryer sheet in there so everything smells really good. They did some work on my washing machine, and whatever they did, it doesn't spin the laundry out as much before it's done, before it decides it's done. So it seems like it takes longer for things to get drying out because they're not as spun out. Cleaning up some of the foam off the floor because they don't spin them out as much. Nope. He's not getting back to me yet, so I'm gonna set this guy aside and I'm gonna go grab one of those bases that needs to be carved. This guy will hold still. And I will be right back. have returned. Ugh. Alright, let's see. I gotta send some messages. And it got back to me, which is good. Let's get he wants a pick from the front. Get as front as we can. There we go. Set this guy off to the side again. I gotta take pics of this. It turned out kind of funky. And I think I might recast it, but I'm not sure yet. I was kind of worried about that happening because the silicone part of this mold is thinner than the other ones. The one thing about your silicone being thinner is it doesn't require as much silicone, and it's easier to turn it inside out when you need to demold it, but it doesn't hold its shape as good. Have a chat with this person. Let's see if I can find. I thought I had a chat with this person. They're definitely in the group chat though. Yeah, it is for Elios Griffin. It's a bird. It's just that so the keys, the like silicone blocks that keep the silicone part stuck into the mother mold, which is like the hard outer shell, didn't stick all the way. And then because this head base is bigger than my other ones, I actually didn't quite get enough foam poured into it, which you can tell on the sides because like here's where the back pressure board is. You can see where it didn't go all the way out. So if it had gone all the way out, there's a you can see there's like an indent right here where one of the keys didn't quite lock it, and there's a big one right here where one of the keys didn't lock it. And I think and then like there's a little bit, I don't know how how well you can see it, but like the top of the head is a little bit funky. Which is that part's not a problem, but the beak part kind of is. They're fixable, but I could also just recast it and see what I could do next time, and then use this base for something else. So thank you. I'm trying. Communicating with Elios a little bit. See if he wants to do a recast or not. It's all of the issues are fixable. It's just that the difference in the density of like regular upholstery foam and the expanding foam, like there is a difference. So if it's going to be different enough, like I would rather just recast it. This was the last cast that I did, and that was the weather was kind of strange, and I just didn't get enough foam poured into it. So I'm just thinking that it's a miscast, which I can use for something else. Let me see how to speak here. There's like a little. Oh my god. Okay, I'm gonna do surgery here for a second because you guys aren't gonna believe. Come here. It's like underneath the top layer, but this is. Oh my god. That must have been in my mold. It is. Let's see if I can hold this so that you can see it. There was a sequin. Let's see if I can. I don't know if it's going to focus on that or not. There was a sequin in there, which is funny. That happens every now and then. Sometimes you'll get, it's usually little particles of fur or something will get cast into the surface. Yeah, there's little fur particles cast into the surface of this just because unless you leave the mold with a cast in it, there you'll get like some little particulates, which it doesn't make any difference to the actual cast itself. It doesn't hurt it at all. That part's going to be covered in fur anyways, but I think it's kind of amusing. Trying to make a shiny beak. Yeah, I guess so. Sorry, the communication process doesn't exactly make for top tier stream content, but I don't like moving forward on things until I get to hear from my clients, because the way that I see it, people are paying thousands and thousands of their hard-earned dollars for a service and a product. So the least I can do is make sure that they're getting what they want. Okay, looks like we're going to try to use this base. So, I guess I may as well start carving this one. Let's do marked where the eyes are going to be. There is actually some of a line there. You guys would definitely not be able to see it because it's hard to see on my end and I'm right here, but just mark out where the eyes are going to go. And change the eye shape a bit. It's ridiculous how shiny this is. Like, I don't know. There's no way that you guys could see that, but this base is actually shiny. Like the original skull was 3D printed, and the print plastic is shiny. And when I mold it, that detail is retained in the mold. So the mold actually, or the foam cast actually turned out kind of shiny, which is neat. A bit further out here. A bit further out there. I'm so excited for this griffin. I've been excited for this griffin for a while now. Now that I finally get to carve out his head base, I'm actually really stoked about it. It's going to be really cool. That's pretty good. Magic bird, shiny beak. Yeah, that's funny. And then there's already a pretty solid line here, but I'm going to go ahead and trace it. There were some things that I did to my 3D sculpts after I had the first couple ones printed that I figured out. And one of the things that I figured out was making the mouth line more pronounced so that I didn't have to do much guessing. And he's going to still get a decent amount of foam carving, even though he's a printed base. There are some adjustments that I want to make. But that's a good start point. our symmetry line on. Oh my god, I'm so excited about this head. It's not like I'm not excited about all of them. It's just that this one holds a special place in my heart. So excited for this 2.0. Oh, and my dryer stopped. Nice. Okay. The line of symmetry is not as pronounced on this sculpt, so, but it's going to help me to have it drawn on when I'm trying to patch some of this stuff that's not perfect. I'm going to have so many head bases, dude. I'm going to have so many head bases to work on. Okay, cool. We've got a symmetry line. Ta-da! Okay, let's do it. Again, like if I had $1 for every time I said okay while I was working. Okay. See, I just did it again. Right? I bet if somebody kept a tally of the number of times I said okay while I was working, it would be ridiculous. It would probably just make me feel bad. But the way I see it, if that's what I have to do to keep my subconscious calm and happy, then there's nothing wrong with that. If that's the mental code word that my brain needs to switch from one thing to another, then that will just be fine. I might only get one of these bases carved out before quitting time. I might have to save the other one for later because I do still really, really want to get a workout in before dinner time, and dinner's already going to be pretty late. But the lady that owns the coffee shop made chili, and I got a bowl of chili, and I got it to go, and I didn't eat it, so I already have dinner, and I don't have to cook anything, which is nice. That makes it so that I can spend more time working, because if I don't have to cook dinner when I'm all done, you know, then we can work a bit longer. I'm sure you guys figured this out already, but I use the royal we a lot. Like, think of myself in a hive mind mentality a little bit, I think. I'm like Venom. Oh my god, so I had never seen the movie Venom until recently. And my brother was like, oh, it's such a bad movie. He's like, you know, you can just tell that like it was supposed to be something else and they just like weren't sure what they were doing with it. And we watched it because we like watching movies together. That's one of the things that we do. And I really enjoyed it. Like it's not like it was a cinematic masterpiece, like the best movie I've ever seen in my whole life. But there was so much about it that just made my brain happy. Okay. Ah, did it again. Didn't even hear it that time. It's fine. I had a coworker when I worked in Salt Lake City that said it's fine like 1,000 times a day. Like, it was actually when they had an orientation with her at one point, and when they got ready to get started, they actually told us to like keep track of the number of times that she said it's fine during her presentation, which, like, looking back on it is kind of mean. But she said it like 50 times during this 15-minute presentation, and I thought that was really funny up until the point where I ended up like catching that, and I started saying it's fine like all the time. And it was really, really hard to stop. So now I just kind of go with it. Up until the point where somebody bullies me about it, I don't really even think about it that much. The last time I carved out a bunch of faces, I was listening to How to Train Your Dragon. So now I'm just kind of mentally listening to How to Train Your Dragon. Oh yeah, I guess I could turn my glue gun off now, because we won't get to any gluing on either of these tonight. Okay. Got it. Yeah, no, I've never seen the third one either. I was emotionally scarred from the second one, so when the third one came out, I was just busy and didn't feel like being that sad. Nice. It's always a toss-up with sequels, you know? I was going to say, it seems like the sequels are very rarely ever as good as the originals. And even more rarely better. Yeah, I figured. I heard that the third one was sad. I just, you know, sometimes I just have enough sad going on without any extra help. Don't need to add depression into my leisure time. Actually, I'm going to mark this rather than just cutting it freehand. And one of the things that I'm going to have to do for this fursuit head is pad up my head dummy, because this guy's head is bigger than my dummy, and I want to make sure that it's still a comfortable fit. So I gotta remember to do that. So I remember that being a thing last time. To ask him for head measurements. Okay. All right, let's do. is good. This side is good. I can't even remember the last time I got to make a beak. Oh, I guess Boku. Boku? No, it wasn't Boku. What was it? The cute lovebird that I got to make. Was it Boba? They had a cute name. Cute lovebird. That was the last beak that I got to make. Yeah, something with a B. Oh my god, I'm already excited about this. I knew I was gonna be, but here I am. Feeling very excited. Can't believe I can't remember the name of that lovebird. That was like last year, wasn't it? Doesn't seem like it was even that long ago. Wonder what the odds are that that's their Telegram name. I want to say that they are in the group chat, but I know I'm not sure. It's going to bother me. That's the problem. Yeah. Boca. I was close. They were super cute. I had the right idea, just not quite the right syllables. I just didn't quite get that last syllable right. That's it. I feel pretty good about that. I struggle with proper nouns. My brain just doesn't like to retain that information. Really hard time with proper nouns. Oh my god, yeah, we need to do. I need to send you stuff, and we need to do a site update of upload some things at some point. Can't believe that. Can't believe that it's been that long. It seems like we just did. It seems like we just did that not that long ago. Simultaneously feels like not that long ago and also forever. That was like the beginning of 2019 too. That wasn't even that far in. Definitely have made more suits since then. Let's my bad too, because I feel like you've asked me about that several times, and I've just not been available very much. Yeah, that was because I was trying to sell that one, and I made suits in 2019 that definitely didn't. Yeah, right before the world fell apart. Well, I'll have to schedule a time that's convenient for you for that. So it would probably be good for business to get the site updated somewhat. Well, thank you for being flexible. This needs to get carved out a bit more. It's going to be harder to test the fit of the moving jaw on this one, but we'll make it work. Got foam stuck to my face. I think I'm getting faster at carving out these bases, which is good. Kind of feels like I'm cruising right along. See, look, it's coming along. It's going to do the eye holes next. You know, it's really weird when the weather gets all snowy like it is today. I just want to play Skyrim. I don't know what it is about snowy weather that just makes me want to play Skyrim, but everybody does. Something about the chilliness. And when I play Skyrim, I always want to eat spaghetti for some reason. When I first got Skyrim, spaghetti was like my favorite thing to eat. And so I ate a whole bunch of spaghetti while I was playing through Skyrim. And now I just associate Skyrim and spaghetti. Yeah, right. Exactly. Skyrim is a fun one. It's a good game. It's one of my favorites. When I got my Nintendo Switch, I realized that I could get Skyrim for my Switch. And that was one of the first games that I bought for it. Because I was like, cool, Skyrim except on the go. So like if I'm traveling somewhere, I can still play Skyrim. Like how cool is that? So I really enjoy Skyrim. Fallout, yeah. I never got into Fallout. The first Fallout game I ever played was Fallout 76, and that one was a bit of a disappointment. Mostly because nobody else wanted to play it. Like everybody else that I played games with on a regular basis was disappointed by it, and so we didn't really end up playing that one that much. So I still own it. I guess I could get back into it at some point, but that was one of those ones. I've heard that Fallout 4 was better, and it seems like I remember somebody saying that they really liked Fallout New Vegas. But you know, so one of the problems that I had with Fallout 76 was kind of the same problem that I have with Skyrim, just a bit more, which is that that's like eye strain the game. Like the colors being the way that they are and the lighting being the way that it is. There's like all these little things that you can pick up, like items that you can grab, but they're hard to see, and I found myself like really straining to see them and find them, and like I could only play Fallout 76 for like a little bit at a time for that reason, that I would get like an eye strain headache. That was the problem that I had. 3 in New Vegas. Nice. Oh, I can see the veins in the back of my hand really well for some reason. I just noticed that, and I'm like, ugh. It's just weird. Weird to be able to see my own veins that well. Maybe a bit carved out of this side here. And maybe seam over here. And how do we feel? Yeah, maybe a bit more out of the neck. I like for my fursuit heads to be comfortable as much as possible. I mean, it is a fursuit. It's only going to be so comfortable, but ouch. Just pinch myself a little bit. Yeah. I kind of do. I kind of do and I kind of don't. My brother says that he really likes to like role play as like a specific type of character, and I usually just end up playing me. Like, yeah, like what I would do or stuff like that. I don't really get into the main character so much as I do just making up my own ideas about what my character is like. Okay, now we need to flatten this beak section out a bit. This beak is so cool. This one's pretty much carved out. What time is it? 6:30? Just about 6:30. Well, we might have time for the second one after all. Oh my gosh, I'm so excited about this. Look how cool that looks. Peep, beep. Or alternatively, I want Burb Dino. Kinda, yeah. You're not wrong. Big mythical chicken. I have always wanted to make a chicken fursuit. maybe someday in the future somebody will commission a chicken and I will get to make a chicken. I am a giant chicken. Pretty comfy. I'm gonna do some adjusting on the forehead area. And then I do need to carve this section of the jaw out just a bit more. I think one of the reasons why I think it's so comfortable is that it's very roomy on me, because I have a average, if not slightly smaller than average head size, depending on how you look at what average head size is. I guess mine's pretty average. Yeah. Looking good. Well, that one's pretty much done. Bird mouth. Oh, that was my elbow. Oh, I'm fine. I just rolled the nerve in my elbow across the corner of the desk, and now I'm suffering. Oh, it's fine. I just can't feel my entire hand. It's fine. You know, it is what it is. Okay, I am really excited about this. Okay, enough of that. Enough playing with the fursuit bases. Let's go ahead and get started on the next one. I've got all this foam on my desk. I should get a trash bag, and that's pretty much all the way cool now. Let's see if I can unstick it from my desk. And I'm gonna go get a trash bag so I can gather up all this foam. take trash out tomorrow. Okay. Now we can gather up the trash. And we just have one more base. This last base to carve. I'm going to have to cast another one because I still have some foam. I have to cast another canine probably. Oh no, my chapstick. I should probably. Oh my God. I'm going to have all these head bases carved out, and it's going to be awesome. Can't wait. And when I do have my surgery, I'll have all these head bases all carved out already. That'll be sick. I'm going to save these pieces because those are still perfectly usable. Yeah, it kind of works. You know, it's not my favorite, but you can't argue with the results. There's lint in this one. It's fine, it's not gonna hurt it, but it's kind of funny. Actually, the part where the lint is not even gonna be in it when it's all done. You know what I have always wanted to do is make a fursuit head cake. Just like, I don't think you could really bake a cake in one of the molds like this, but you could probably make it like a cake pop where you like put a bunch of like mashed up cake into a mold with some frosting or something and then freeze it so it's solid. I've put a fair amount of thought into making a fursuit head cake, in case that wasn't obvious. Okay. So my surgery has not currently been rescheduled. They just canceled it. My doctor has to find a new surgical center to perform the surgery, somebody who's not going to decide that it's unnecessary, because the surgical center I was supposed to go to decided that they disagreed with my treatment, and that's why they canceled it. So, and I'm still waiting to hear from my doctor about, she said she was going to find a new surgical center. So it is not currently scheduled, which kind of sucks. Yeah. Yeah, so like, I mean, a person who makes cake like for a living wouldn't do it that way. But like, if I wanted to make a cake that looked like one of my fursuits, I think that would be a neat way of doing it. You'd have to clean the mold out really good before and after. You'd want to make sure that it was as food safe as could be achieved. But it's just something I've always wanted to do, you know, just like a fursuit head but made of cake. The back on this one is actually not as pillowed as usual. I still have to trim all this off so that it's the right depth. Right? Right? That could be really cool. I could make it look like anybody. Oh my gosh, Barnaby's pissed. He wants to go to bed when the sun goes down, except the sun goes down at like 3:30. So, like, and he doesn't get uncovered until like 9 or 10. So it just doesn't seem good to let him sleep for that long. Like, it can't be good for his little birdie mental health. But now he's going to be cranky because I dared to go into the kitchen without paying attention to him because I needed a trash bag. Oh, this one turned out really good, though. Shoop. Shoop. Yeah. I never thought of that. Somebody who's into gore might be right up their alley. That's fun. I might try that at some point. I'm not like a vor person, but I do really like cake. I wonder how much it would be, like how much you would have to charge somebody for a fursuit head cake. There'd be no way to get it to them, though, is the problem. Because, like, good luck trying to ship a cake and have it show up. You pretty much have to deliver it in person, lest it get destroyed in the mail somehow. Especially during this time of year. Right? Yeah. I think it would just be kind of fun, to make a fursuit head cake. I never thought about the vor aspect of it. It's not quite. I often forget that things like that exist. Oh my gosh, Barnaby's so cranky. Look at this picture my brother put in the group chat. Oh my god. I just think that's really funny. Right? He's funny. He's a funny guy. Barnaby is driving me crazy. He is gonna have to just deal because I turned off the kitchen light. The kitchen light is not even on. He's just complaining about the one that's on in the living room right now. And that's not going to get turned off until I go to bed. So he's going to have to just chill. But he's probably feeling incredibly unhappy over the fact that I dared to set foot in the kitchen without holding him for 20 minutes. Feel like birds are a good test run for having kids. because I feel the same way about having kids that I do about my bird, pretty much, which is just like, oh my god, it's just so annoying and loud. Like all of my parents wanted grandkids, and none of us want kids, so the chances of them ever having grandchildren, it's basically zero at this point. And I told my parents at one point, I'm like, yeah, any chance of you guys having grandchildren from me went out the window when I got a bird. Because at least with a bird, you can like cover its cage. Like it lives in a cage and you can cover it if it's like absolutely driving you nuts. You can't do that with kids. It's not even particularly great to do with birds, but right now that's what he wants. He wants to be covered. Yeah, well, exactly. Well, like the way I see it, if I can barely handle having a bird, there's no way I could handle having kids. Just being Auntie Uru is enough for me. That is all the interaction with kids that I pretty much want. Naps, yeah. You know what's funny is that I definitely remember as a kid like never wanting to take a nap. And now that I'm an adult, I always want to take a nap. Like I think that our parents were just projecting the nap desire onto us. Like they always wanted a nap. And now I get it. As an adult, I'm like, God, yeah, I would love a nap. Nap time? I think that nap time is wasted on little kids. That's gonna break. Let's not do that. I'm gonna work out just from carving this foam, man. Yep. Yeah, that's fair. I think they need it, whether they want it or not. You have no idea, bro, how much work goes into this. Like, you can see the veins popped out on the back of my hand because I'm working that hard. That's exhausting. This one is especially, you can see it's got this like, it's really, really stiff right here. So this one's especially difficult because I poured more foam in this one than I did in the other one. So when I put down the back pressure board, it just like compounded the thickness of it. Oh my god. Okay. It's in my lap, so I'm sorry you guys aren't getting to see this part, but I gotta get leverage on it. Okay. It's just like pie. The first chunk is the hardest to get out. Yeah, the density of this. This is probably really interesting to hear. It sounds probably kind of weird. Well, the cast turned out freaking gorgeous, though, so it's kind of worth it. The difference is that only I will really notice, but the last one is not even hard. Oh, fine. Okay, back to it. Look at it though, like it's like you can barely squish it. And right here, like, you can't squish it basically at all. Like, it's that dense. It's almost completely solid. So, if that gives you an idea. Like, even, like, so right here, it's, like, hard, you can barely squish it at all. And then, like, you can see the difference, like, down here, it's squishy again. So that's probably gonna be the worst part of that carve, hopefully. Thick. Yep. Ugh. It is incredibly thick. Down with the thickness. There's no way that I'm gonna have the rest of this all carved out in 15 minutes. But that's okay. We're probably just gonna work until it's all carved out and then call it a day. This is exactly why when I shake people's hands, I end up popping all their fingers. Because I got the freaking hand strength. Okay. I could give somebody a deadly purple nurple with these mitts. Deceased. Okay. Draw a little line on here. Alrighty, you're so annoying. I love you very much, but you're driving me crazy. My hands are starting to shake. Depending on how that progresses, I might have to call it a day. It's like a combination of exertion and low blood sugar. I'm hungry. Let's see, does that go all the way through now? Yes, it does. Cray cray. Oh my gosh. I know that it's just a desk job, but some parts of my job are really physically exhausting. I'm not even sure what part to do next. Just start cutting. Start removing foam. Yeah, he is. He's a stinky little rude tick right now. He had days and days where he could go to bed at whatever time he wanted while I was gone. And I'm pretty sure he went to bed as soon as the sun went down. So that's why he's being so crankosaurus, is that he's like, and I let him go to bed early last night because he was driving me nuts. So, yeah, he's one spoiled boy. He's crankosaurus. Normally, I would try to bribe him with a snack, but he got a bunch of millet earlier, so he doesn't need a snack. And I discovered when I got home that my mom didn't feed him while I was gone, which isn't a huge deal because he doesn't go through that much food very fast, but he had it. I encouraged her to give him millet when she came up to feed her fish. And it doesn't look like she did that. So he still had food in his bowl, but he'd eat all of the pieces that he liked. Well, and I wasn't gone for that long. I was probably gone for less time than I would have been if they hadn't canceled my surgery. So the fact that she just didn't, I'm guessing that she didn't even check is not good. It makes me unhappy. So yeah, so the reason why my mom's fish is in my apartment is that they're building a house. Their house was supposed to be done in October, but because of coronavirus, everything got slowed down, like it has with basically any field of work anywhere. And their house is still not done. And my mom's excuse for sticking me with the fish in the first place is that there was not really a place where the fish could go. But now that their house is mostly finished and they got rid of some of the stuff in the shop, I feel like they could have the fish in the shop and it would be fine. And so I'm going to wait until after the holidays, and then I think I'm going to tell my mom that she needs to take her fish back. Because it's like, I don't need extra responsibility on top of everything. I'm already overwhelmed. I already have anxiety. The last thing I need is to be responsible for somebody else's living creature. Like, trying to keep me and Barnaby in good health is hard enough. But yeah. Okay. What we got here? Yeah, right. She just cleaned the fish tank for the first time since June. The deal was that it's her fish, and it's like, I will feed it because obviously I don't want my mom coming over every single day to feed the fish. But it was always going to be her responsibility to clean the tank, and she just didn't clean it since June. So there was algae, and there was algae everywhere. She was like, I don't even know how we survived. I'm like, yeah, I don't even know how we survived you being our parent, quite frankly. So yeah, there's a little peek into what my life looks like outside of work hours. So when I get my surgery, I might ask one of the baristas to come up and care for my bird, because I don't know that I have any faith in my mom doing it now, if that's the best she can do. I'm really honestly not convinced that she came up more than once to feed the fish either, which is not good because I was gone for 5 days. So, and like, she definitely came up and fed him once because the fish food thing had been moved and the fish tank had been cleaned. So she did at least come up one time. But she didn't give Barnaby anything to eat, and she didn't change his water. Stiffness of this head base might be a problem. That's not very comfortable yet. Of course, it looks perfect on the outside, and then you get to the inside and it's like, well, it's not perfect. Oh my God. Okay, so you did see that. I'm so salty about that. I have asked her probably more than a dozen times, like, hey, when you come into my apartment, please take your shoes off in the entryway, because I take my shoes off in the entryway and I walk around my apartment either in socks or barefoot. And it's winter and there's mud and leaves and snow. So when I got home and I took my shoes off and I went to walk around my apartment, I ended up stepping on a very sharp rock and it sucked. So I guess, like, and I shouldn't be surprised at this point, but, like, once again, even the most simple request was ignored. I don't think it's very hard to remember to take your shoes off in the entryway. Some of us don't like to live in a house where there's stuff all over the floor. Yeah, it keeps your house cleaner. It's just like in a lot of cultures, that's just considered polite. Like you take your shoes off when you get inside, and that's just how you live. Like that's just how it is in a lot of places. So, and her excuse is that she's got plantar fasciitis. And like I get that, like, walking around for extended periods of time barefoot might not be helpful for that, but this isn't like, I'm not making her take her shoes off in her own home. I'm just asking her to do it while she's in mine. And I have even offered, I was like, if it's that big of a deal, if it's that much of a problem, I will buy you some slippers and keep them in the entryway so you don't even have to be barefoot. You can just have slippers that you wear at my apartment that don't go outside and track leaves and dirt and rocks and mud everywhere. But no, that's unacceptable. It is what it is. Everybody's family has something. My family has several somethings. What time is it? It's almost 7. Ooh, static. Yeah, same. And nobody's perfect, but like I've literally asked her probably a dozen times. And I don't think that this is just like, oh, mom can't remember. Like, I think this is just her deciding that that is not a request that she needs to fulfill. Which, like, not to toot my own horn, but like when I visit other people's places, I take my shoes off, whether they ask me to or not. It's just like a courtesy thing. That's like one of the things that I consider to just be a polite thing to do. Unless they tell you specifically, oh no, like we wear shoes inside the house. Like my brother's place, he doesn't take his shoes off when he gets home. And I mean, that drives me nuts, but like it's his house if he wants to, or his apartment, if he wants to get rocks and dirt and whatever all over his apartment, then whatever. But that doesn't mean that I'm going to do it. So I take my shoes off at my brother's place. And then if I step on a rock, then I just, he doesn't have the shoes off while you're at home rule. So that's on me. But yeah, I'm glad that I'm not the only one that got that impression. It's rather frustrating at times. She's very much, it seems to run in the family, that that most of the people that I am related to, it's very much like their way or the highway. You either do things my way or you can just stick it. So it's one of the reasons why I find the holidays so freaking stressful. So I seem to be the only member of my family that's not like that. Except for maybe my dad. He's pretty chill. Most of the time. But he has to be, because he's married to a my way or the highway type person, so it seems like if there were two my way or the highway type people in a relationship, it probably wouldn't last very long. Goodness gracious. This is a job right here. Even though they're carved basically the same way, they all turn out a little bit different. Pop, that was much easier than the other side so far. That's because I didn't carve it out as much, but that's okay because it'll be easier to go back and do that from the inside. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, cool. Okay, we got eye sockets, people. We've got the eye sockets. Carve out the cheek area. The inside of this one is actually going to be fairly different than the other ones, but I'm okay with that because the only people that are going to see the inside of this one are me and the client, and trying new things is how we improve. So I could end up discovering that the way I carved this one out is the way to carve them. Also, I feel like this one's going pretty fast. Because I was like, there's no way I'm going to be all done carving this in 15 minutes, and yet I am almost done. Popped them peepers. I did. I did pop them peepers. Okay, let's see. Something. Oh, okay. Sides of the head need to be carved out a bit more. And then a little bit more on the chin. Yeah, I'm almost done. You know what I can say about my parents, though, is that with some of the stuff that has come up during this year, they've been really helpful. I'm not ungrateful for them. Every family's got its flaws, but I feel very fortunate to have a family that can and will help me with certain things. I know I do a lot of complaining, but I'm really fortunate. Some people don't have families when I had to go to the ER in November, my mom drove me and was with me, and it was really, really nice. I appreciated that a lot. She made me feel much more comfortable, and you know how like sometimes when you're sick you just want your mom. That was one of those things. She was really my hero for that. Yeah, exactly. Well, I'm gonna do a little bit more. Carve just a bit more right there. This is basically done. I just want to make sure it's got a really comfortable fit. Since the foam is a bit stiffer, it's going to be really important to have a nice comfortable carve here. Let's try it again. Yeah. When I lived in Denver, my mom never came to visit me. I lived there for 3 years. I lived in the same apartment for 3 years, and she never came to visit me. So, and I understand it's a long drive and it's stressful and whatever, but it's probably a good thing that I live closer now for any number of reasons. I am glad that I don't live in the city during all this coronavirus stuff. It's a good time to not live in the city. Okay, I think this is pretty much done. Got a very comfortable fit. I want to do just one more adjustment to the mouth area. And I think that will be it. I've got good jaw movement too. So that's good. Cool. Sweet. We got another one. I'm not going to do the carving in here at the moment. I think I'm just going to leave that for now. But it's got its innards all carved out. Looks about like that. Thank you. I think it's good. I think there's some benefit to carving a whole bunch of bases in a short amount of time, because I feel like that went a lot faster. That took me just over half an hour, which is good because it used to take me about an hour to carve out. Well, sometimes it still does, but 30 minutes for a base carve is not bad. And I'm not going to add any extra modifications to this one for the time being. I'm just going to leave it just base carved. And that's probably going to be it for the stream. I'm going to go work out, go have some dinner, and I don't even know what I'm going to do with the rest of the evening after that. Probably just maybe watch a little TV and go to bed. Maybe play Overwatch a little bit. Yeah, thank you for joining. I'm really glad that that I had some peeps keeping me company and interacting, and that's really, really nice to get to do streams and actually have people interact. And yeah, I plan on doing something tomorrow. I'm not sure what it will be just yet, but I will. I've got foam stuck to my face. I will. I'll keep you guys posted. I will either. I'll probably do a stream of some kind. I'm just not sure what I'm going to be up to. It might not be a very long stream. You know, I think I've been streaming for like 5.5 hours or something like that today. I don't anticipate doing that tomorrow, but either way, things will get worked on and should be good. Thanks again, guys. Thanks for joining. I'm happy to have you.